Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Clarity Tarot and Astrology. Thank you so much for being here. I hope you guys are all doing very well and are excited for a live love reading. We are going to be looking into the energy of your person tonight, seeing how they are currently thinking and feeling about you and your connection, and get you all of the juicy tea. Welcome, Jenna. Hello. I'm good. Thank you. How are you? And then after we do our live love reading, I will open up for live readings. So if you're watching this in the recorded version, hello, welcome. You can get a live reading here with me. I am offering free readings tonight. So if you open the description box, I have a link for you to sign up. Go ahead and sign up there, and we'll get your reading done after the general reading. If you don't make the free list, or you would like a different type of reading, a more in-depth reading, you can also donate for your reading. And there is information about that in the description box also. Okay. If you're watching in the recorded version and you still want to get a reading with me, you absolutely can. I do offer private readings. And even if you're not watching and you just prefer private readings, I do offer those as well. So I will leave the link for that down below. All right, guys. So I hope you guys all had a great weekend. Let's go ahead and let's dive in. Excuse me. Let's dive into our reading. Oops. This is not a weekend love reading. All right, lovelies. Let's dive in here. Let's see what's going on with your man. Most important messages in love, please. How is your person currently thinking and feeling about you? How are they thinking and feeling about your connection? What do they want you to know? All right, let's go ahead and cut the deck here. Alrighty, so in your person's current overall energy towards you, we have the Tower. Wow. Okay. So I feel like your person has had a really big breakthrough in regards to you and your connection. And I feel like when you first met this person, they were number one, I don't feel like they were like necessarily looking for a relationship. I feel like they maybe had a bit of a guard up, or they were kind of like, I'm not going to fall in love or anything like that. Like, I just want to have fun. I just want to see what's out there. I just want to hook up, do my thing. I kind of feel like that was like the way where they were at when they met you. But it feels like this person like can't resist or can't ignore really the feelings that they have for you and the depth of those feelings. So I feel like there's been a really big breakthrough for this person. And the reason why it's coming through as the Tower is because what was hiding behind that was a lot of feelings that they had not resolved from the past. So I feel like they had like a difficult situation that happened in the past, and they just kind of swept it under the rug. They're like, whatever, I don't care. I'm just going to move on. But they didn't really deal with the underlying feelings of that. And now that they have feelings for you, it's like the gates are down. And not only are the feelings for you there, but also the unresolved feelings from the past. So it feels like you kind of have like broke this person down. You have kind of done exactly what they didn't want to happen, right? They're happy that it happened, right? Like, because at the end of the day, does this person want to be with someone? Absolutely. Does this person want to have someone in their life? Absolutely, right? They want that more than anything. But the reality is is that if you want to keep someone around, you want to have real intimacy, um you want your relationship to look and feel the way that you want it to look and feel, it requires you to be emotionally open and emotionally available. And that's what this person has realized with you is that to connect with her, I have to be emotionally open and available. And that means I have to be in touch and in tune with my emotions. And that's something this person was pushing away. They were pushing that side of themselves away. They didn't want to be emotionally open. They didn't want to be emotionally exposed or available or sensitive. They didn't want that. They wanted to just kind of be like, yeah, whatever, like, they just wanted to be like a guy, I don't know. I don't know how to describe it. They just wanted to be like whatever, not care, have no feelings, you know, meet people and not get too into it. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what this person really was trying to do. But with you, it's like, no. And so maybe that's how it started with you, right? It kind of maybe started like that, but that's not where it is right now. Like right now, I want to say like you kind of have this person wrapped around your fingers a little bit. You have them feeling a type of way, and it's significant for them. Like it's very, very significant for them to feel that way. That's why this is coming out as the tower, because it's like, whoa, like you really have, you know, opened up a side of them that they almost kind of like promised they weren't going to open up again. But along with the good energy and the good feelings also comes along with some more difficult feelings, some things they have to deal with. And we'll get deeper into that as we go into this, but just know like you have like broken down this barrier. You've kind of gotten past this person's defenses, okay? If you were anybody else or they didn't like you would not be experiencing them the way you're experiencing them. You would not be like getting the version of them that you're getting. And there are other people that this person maybe is involved with or has been involved with or has dated, and they don't have as much access to this person the way you do. Like you have like exclusive access to a piece of this person's heart or a piece of this person's life that they normally don't give access to. Okay? So you are like on a whole different level, but that is a little bit uncomfortable. Like it is a little bit uncomfortable for them because it also opens them up to a level of exposure that they really like weren't prepared for. Okay? So this is really, really big. So the way this person is thinking about you, we have the 8 of Swords. Yes, exactly. Exactly. This level of intimacy, this level of closeness that you have, the intensity, the depth of your connection is scary for them. It's scary. It's vulnerable. But at the same time, they're kind of understanding whether that they're consciously understanding this or unconsciously understanding this on some level. They understand that like this is what it takes. Like this is what it takes to be in relationship, and this is how it feels. Like sometimes it is a little bit uncomfortable. Sometimes it is a little bit exposing. Sometimes it does kind of get you out of your comfort zone, but that's also the blessing in it as well. Other people can kind of push us out of our comfort zone and push us out of our boundaries like in a good way to challenge us and to make us grow, and that can be a good thing. And that's what's happening here is you're through your love, you're kind of pushing this person. You're kind of making them grow. You're making them have to go to emotional heights that they've never been before and confront things that they didn't want to confront. So it's like a good thing. It's like when something is like uncomfortable, but you like it, like that's kind of what you are to this person. Like you're kind of uncomfortable to them, but they like it. They like it. They like they like the way you're pushing them, and that's why they keep coming back for more, right? It's like a workout that you freaking hate, but you're getting results and you're loving it, and so you keep going back. Like, that's what it is for you. It's like, you're like, "This is uncomfortable, but I like it." So, just know that even though this person may have, like, a really, like, hard exterior or, like, cool exterior, like, "I don't care" kind of exterior, like, they're a lot softer underneath the surface. They're a lot softer than you know. Okay? Just know that about them. They're a lot softer than you know. So the way they feel about you, we have the Hierophant. Wow. Yeah, they feel like you're very powerful, right? Like I said, this is someone that I feel honestly can be like really stubborn. Like, he can be really, really, really stubborn. If he doesn't want to do something, he doesn't do it. If he is not interested in something, he's just not interested. If he, you know, if something's happening and he doesn't want it to happen, he just doesn't do it, okay? But with you, it's like you know exactly what to do. You know exactly what to say. You knew exactly how to like make him like do things and feel things and say things. Like, he's like, "What is she doing to me?" Okay? "Hey, Alex." So, you have this, like, level of control over him that he's like, "What is this? Like, what is it?" But again, it's uncomfortable, but he likes it. It's uncomfortable, but he likes it, okay? So, yeah, like, he feels like you're just how can I say it? It's like, let's say there's, like, a dark room. You're like a light in a dark room. It's like you can't help but go towards the light. Like, that's how he feels about you. It's like he can't help but be drawn to you, and he knows that you're pulling him forward or you're pulling him towards something. He maybe doesn't know or doesn't understand exactly what it is, but he knows that it's good, right? "Hey, Grace, welcome, welcome." Um, he knows that it's good, and it feels different. It feels higher level. He's not experiencing this like any other average connection. He's experiencing this as something that is like next level, higher level, um, divine. Um, I don't know. He kind of sees you as like you're like above the rest. You're like above the rest, or you're like different. It's hard to explain, but just know like you're just on a different level for him. You're in a whole different playing field. Like, if there is anyone else around in the picture, like, don't even worry about that because you're this is like it's uncomparable. You're uncomparable to anything else that he has in his life or anything else that he's experienced. So, it's yeah, I can't express that enough. So, the way he feels about your connection is the strength card. Yes. Let me tell you, it requires a lot of strength to do this with you. Okay, it requires a lot of strength to do this connection with you because it's so vulnerable. What I'm getting is like normally he feels very in control. Like across his life when it comes to just navigating life and people and career and business and money and friends or whatever, every area of his life he feels very in control. Like I said, this guy's very stubborn and he like doesn't do what he doesn't want to do, or he doesn't put himself in situations he doesn't want to be in. Like, he's very in control of his life, but with you it's like an area where you have control over him, and you have a lot of control over his heart right now. And that's so scary. That's so scary for him. But like I said, it's like one of those things that's scary, but you like it. It's like a roller coaster is scary, but you like it. Or skydiving is like scary, but you like it. Like the experience with you. It's kind of like an adventure, and he knows it's going to be good, but it's also scary. That's how he's experiencing this with you. So it takes a lot of courage for him to keep showing up. It takes a lot of yeah, it takes a lot for him to show up, but he likes it. And he's learning a lot, he's growing a lot, he's realizing a lot about himself. It's really, really beautiful. But what I want you to understand and remember is that you have a lot of control over him. Okay? Remember that. Remember that is yes, he may be the masculine in your connection, and he may be taking the lead and leading it forward, but he does have fear. He does have fear as well. He's not, you know just fearlessly doing this with you. There is a level of fear there. There is a level of, am I enough for her? Can I show up for her? Can I do this with her? He does have, doubts and things like that. He is worried about things. So it's not like he's just like not worried and, he feels super confident with you. He does have like the pressure to want to be perfect for you. He does have that same pressure, and you may feel that too. You may feel that in your own way, that you want to be perfect for him, or you want him to like you or see you in a particular way. Know that he has that too. It's just different than yours. And he may not always show you that side of himself. He may not always express that to you, but the fear is there. So don't think that like if you are experiencing insecurity in this, that like you're alone in that. He feels, his own insecurity, but in his own way. All right. So the challenge with your connection right now, we have the devil. So I'm picking this up a couple of different ways. For one, it feels like, yeah, and I have the 7 of Wands. Okay, that helps. So yeah, I feel like the biggest challenge with this for you guys is that you both have obligations outside of this connection. You have things that are taking your attention away from each other, or that prevent you from going all in on this. So the biggest thing that's popping up is work and career. He may be very busy with his working career. You may be very busy with your working career. And that's kind of has to be the main focus, not because you want it to be, but maybe you have bills to pay, you need to make money, you have responsibilities, things like that. What I was picking up is it felt like things outside of the connection. It feels like there are things outside of your connection that you guys are both kind of tied to, you're both chained to. And though you may want to separate from them, you can't. Okay. So I'm really feeling like the dynamic between the two of you is really good. Like, if it was just you and him, and you didn't have these external things, I feel like this connection would just fly forward. But it feels like because of your external responsibilities, because of the real world circumstances that you both are dealing with, that slows this connection down more than anything. Okay. And that may not be something you guys can really do anything about at this particular moment in time. But it is the biggest challenge towards this moving forward. And the intensity of that, or the scale of that, is going to be different for each individual person. Okay. But I feel like the work that's needing to be done between the two of you is being done. You're properly triggering each other, and I mean that in the best way possible. You're properly triggering each other just enough where the attraction is staying high, but the growth is also happening. So that I love to see. But you both do have external issues that are impacting this connection. So we'll dive deeper into that in the next. round. So let's go ahead. Let's clarify these cards on the table. Let's get more information here. Let's go one layer deeper. So clarifying the Tower in his energy towards you. We have the Six of Swords. Yeah. Wow. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I can't explain how good this is for him. I can't explain to you. This connection is so good. Yeah, and I have the Six of Pentacles. This is so good. You are really helping him to work past like a plateau. Like I feel like he had kind of plateaued in his life. Like what I can say about him is he's like comfortable. Okay? He's like he could stay where he's at right now and he would be fine. But he's also that wouldn't be growth, you know. But with you, you are helping him to go to the next level of his life, and that's in multiple ways, right? You're helping him to go to the next level of his life emotionally, mentally, spiritually. And so this is so good for him because he does want to progress in life, but I feel like the thing that he kind of thinks, and I think a lot of guys think this, is they think that, oh, well, if I want to go to the next level of life, I just need to work harder. But really, what a lot of guys don't realize is it's more about mastering the inner game. And the stronger you are in the inner game, the stronger you're going to be in the outer game, the stronger you're going to be in the physical world. And so you're kind of helping him to break past some of his blocks and barriers that he just wasn't able to get to by himself. And by him doing this inner work, he's going to progress to the next level of life. Okay. So you are so important in his journey. Okay. And he can sense that. He can sense that there's something different about you. There's something different about this. There's something special about you. And that's why he keeps doing this. Even though it's uncomfortable, even though it's making him grow, he keeps doing this. Okay, so he wants to do this with you. He wants to do this with you. So just know that. Just know that. He has a strong desire to do this on multiple levels. It's not just one thing, it's multiple things, and it's bigger than the connection. It's about him going to a higher level and really fulfilling his fullest potential. Because I feel like he has maxed out his potential. Okay. And the only way for him to get to the next level is going to be with somebody. Okay. And I've been actually, thinking about this quite a lot. But, two heads really are better than one, right? Two heads really are better than one. And yeah, I was gonna go off on a whole tangent. I don't want to do that here. We could talk about it later. But two heads really are better than one. And if you want to go farther in life, you need to go together. You can't go alone. And that's something that he realizes. He thought, and to an extent still kind of thinks, I just need to work harder. I need to do more. I need to, try harder or go bigger. But what he's realizing with you is actually, no, I think I just need the right person. I think I just need the right relationship. I think I need a reason why. I think I need more motivation. I need someone to pull something out of me so I can get more out of myself. So that's what I'm saying. This is like bigger than like, oh, does he like me? Oh, does he find me attractive? Like it's so much bigger than that. He's like growing through you. Okay, you're like pushing him. You're expanding him. And that's going to lead to big growth and big results in himself and in his life. And this is just shocking for him. Like, this is not what he signed up for, but it's like something that he didn't know he even needed. He didn't even know he needed this. He didn't even know he needed you until he found you. So that's what's so cool about this for him. It's like, this is so cool. And I didn't get to control the situation because he is kind of a controller. I didn't control this, but it happened and it happened for me. And I'm glad it happened. So he's learning trust. He's learning faith. He's learning sometimes you have to just let life happen. And that's a big lesson for him. That's a huge lesson for him. Okay. All right, let's clarify the Eight of Swords and how he's thinking about you. Okay, I have the Five of Pentacles. Wow, yeah. Like I said, you have so much power over him. I can't express this enough. And he is so afraid to lose you. He is so afraid to lose you. And this is a part of his fear. This is a part of the fear that he's having to work through. He definitely has a fear of abandonment. He has a fear of loss. He has a fear that if he opens up to you and that's going to make him powerless. And what that tells me is he's been in that position. He's been in the position where he has had his heart opened and that person took advantage of him. That person that person took advantage of him or mishandled the situation, and that really hurt him, and he's afraid to be back in that position again. He's afraid to be back in that situation again. So it's very hard for him to do this with you, to show up and be open-hearted and to be emotionally available with you because he's afraid you're going to leave, right? He's afraid that you're going to walk away. You're not going to want to do this or you're going to, take advantage or something like that. He does have that fear. So that also plays into this. So with you, it's almost like he's kind of like playing with fire. It's like he's playing with fire. And that can be a great thing because guess what? Fire can do great things, but fire can also burn you. So he's learning, how to maneuver this and not be afraid of the fire and not be afraid of the passion and not be afraid of the intensity and of the emotions that you guys share. He's trying not to be afraid of it. So, yeah, it maybe is not as easy as he makes it seem, right? Or you might just think, oh, because he's a guy, like whatever, like he doesn't care. No, he cares. He cares. Okay. And he's scared because he's a human. Even though he's a guy or whatever, he may be really attractive and good looking, but he's still a human and he still gets hurt. And that part of him is being exposed with you. He didn't want that, but it's happening. So he can't really do anything about it. He can't help it with you. He can't help but feel the feelings that he feels with you. So clarifying the Hierophant and how he feels about you. We have the Six of Pentacles. Yeah, and that was at the bottom of the deck. Interesting. Yeah. He wants to really, with him, what he's most concerned about here is just staying balanced, making sure that he's minding his feelings and minding, him, but also making sure that he's there and that he cares. He wants to make sure this is mutually beneficial for both of you. And that might also be another experience that he had. He might have had an experience where there was maybe a mismatch of energies or where one person wasn't really getting what they wanted out of it, or some type of unrequited feelings or something like that. Like, I feel like he's maybe been in a situation like that. So with you, he's like wanting to always make sure that, this is good for you, this is working for you. It's not just one person getting what they want or one person just tending to the other person's need and the other person not getting their needs met. He wants to make sure this is always good for both of you. So he's taking a more balanced approach than maybe he's taken in past relationships. And so that's why, like, he kind of has this fear with you because he's never done this. The relationship that he has with you, he's never done this before. So that's why I'm saying, even though he may be the masculine and he may be leading, he's not leading from a place of confidence. He's leading kind of from a place of like experimentation. Like, does this work? Does this not work? Does she like this? Does she not like this? Like, he's still like figuring it out as he goes. But he is very interested and very concerned with making sure you're both feeling loved, cared for, seen, wanted, desired. That's important. Okay, clarifying the strength card and how he feels. Ooh, I have a lot of cards that want to come out. How he feels about the connection. Most important message, please. We have Two of Wands. Yes, he wants to see this move forward. No matter how scary this is, no matter how exposing or vulnerable this connection is, he wants to see it move forward. That's what he wants. He wants to make sure that this continues, that the fire stays lit, He doesn't want this to die out or lose momentum or anything like that. That's why you may see him, continuing to keep in contact with you and make sure that connection is there. He wants you to know that he's there. He wants you to know that he's interested. He wants you to know that he desires you. And so even though he may not make big moves, or at this point in time hasn't made any big moves, really, I think it's about the little things and about showing up consistently. And I feel like that's really what his focus is right now, is just showing up consistently and letting you know that he's there. That's kind of the approach that he's taking at this particular moment in time. And also that works for him because it's less scary. It's less scary to take little baby steps than to make big jumps and big lunges forward. It's more sustainable and more realistic to take your time and to really lead the connection forward slowly, making sure you guys don't make missteps. So that's his approach to the connection right now. That's the way that he is leading the connection right now, is slow and steady. Slow, steady, consistently, and always moving forward, making sure that things are always moving forward and not moving backwards and not stalling. Okay, clarifying the Devil and the challenge. We have the Three of Wands, yeah, but the reason why, okay, so let me quickly explain this. So we have the Two of Wands in how he feels about the connection, but the Three of Wands in the challenge. So like I said before, the reason why your connection likely is not moving forward or is stalling or can't go to the next level that you guys desire is, again, going back to the Devil because of those external factors. And so this connection may sort of be staying right now in this desire phase, right? This wanting phase, desire phase, dreaming phase, but not going to the next level where it's like, okay, we're acting on our desires. We're making our dreams happen. We're living the life that we want to live. And that's because of the external factors around you. But what's also really great about this connection is it's exposing to him which areas of life are really a drain for him and where he maybe has some places where he needs to detach or he needs to decrease his level of dependency. And let's actually go a little deeper into that. Let's clarify that a bit deeper. Let's see what area of life is keeping him the most stuck right now. Ooh, okay. 11th house. Okay. So what I'm getting from that is like he is a really hard worker, but I feel like he maybe isn't working smart. He may be working hard right now, but he's not working smart, and he's not working in a way that moves his life forward. He's sort of just showing up, going through the motions, doing what he needs to do, maybe making enough money to pay his bills and do that, and that's great. But he's not working in a way that's going to support the lifestyle that he really wants for himself. Because I feel like he has a dream and an ideal life that he wants to live, but he's not, his life isn't set up in a way where he's going to get the freedom he wants. Like he may have a job where he's very codependent on that job, or he's very codependent on the boss, or he may have a business, but he's sort of like a slave to his business and not in control of his business. So his life setup is something's wrong with the way his life is set up. It doesn't lend to freedom. So it's like, even though he may want to move your connection forward and get closer to you and get deeper, it's almost like he can't. He can't because he's dependent on his job. He's dependent on his work. He's dependent on the income that comes from it. And so he needs to start working smarter and thinking ahead and going, okay, if I want to live this certain lifestyle, how can I set myself up so I can do it, right? Maybe instead of, investing in stuff, he needs to start investing in assets that are going to produce income for him so he can free up some of his time. Okay, that's just an example. Maybe instead of, going and working the way that he's working, he needs to find something else that he can do that, will free up some of his time and help him to make income in other ways where it's not so maybe time intensive or requires him to be here or go there. And you know what I mean? Like there's definitely something about his setup that just is slightly off. And that if he just would slightly tweak it, then he would actually be able to achieve what he wants to achieve. But I think, like I said in the beginning, he's kind of just like, working hard, getting up every day, going to work, doing his thing, which is great, which is good, right? You should do that. But he's not being strategic enough to where he's freeing up his time and his energy, which he needs to invest in your connection. Okay, so the work, the career, the boss, whatever he has, there's something in his life that has control over him. And until he liberates himself from that, that will always be above you. And that will always control how far this relationship can go. Okay. So that is something that he needs to figure out on his own. And that's a realization that he also needs to come to on his own. And I feel that naturally through your connection, he will start to feel that. He will start to realize, oh crap, I want to do X, Y, and Z with her. I want to go on vacations with her, and I want to spend more time with her, and I want to build a life with her. Crap, that means I'm going to need to do this. I'm going to need this amount of money. I'm going to need to set myself up that way. And when he comes to that realization, that's what will trigger him to make the move. Okay, so you don't have to tell him that. He will come to that realization on his own. Just give him time to get there. All right, let's get some messages from him. Let's see what he wants to say to you. Oh my God. First message out, you guys. I love you. I love you. He loves you. He's in love with you. He's crazy about you. Okay. Like I said, this guy, let me tell you, he's not easy. He is not easy. He's a piece of work. And he can be very hard to get. Very, very, very hard to get. I feel like this is someone that, like, people will see him, like, or like girls will see him and they're like, "Oh my god, that guy's so cute," or "He's so fine." But, you know, he's, like, not giving me attention, he's not giving me the time of day, because that's really how he is, like, he's not really one to put girls on the pedestal, right? Like, he's not really that type of guy. He's not really one to be, like, super obsessed with women or anything like that. No, he's definitely more, like, focused on himself and focused on his life and focused on, him, but you, like, supersede that. You, like, supersede that, like, every other girl will be invisible, but, like, he'll see you, and he'll be like, "Damn, who's that?" Like, that's how he sees you. It's like, "Wait a minute, like, who is that?" And he, like, has this, like, attraction to you that's, like, very strange for him because he's not really one to be like that, and that's why this connection is so shocking for him and so surprising for him because he's like, "How did she get past my guards, my defenses? How did she work her way in? Like, how did she do that?" So now he's, like, intrigued, like, "What's going on here?" He, like, wants to know, and yeah, you just make him feel things and make him realize things about himself that he just didn't realize before, and because of that, he loves you. And I also wanna say too, like, even though you've gotten past his defenses, he's happy you're there. He's happy you're there. He's not like, "Get out of here." No, he's happy that you're there. Bottom of the deck I have, "I can't stop thinking about you." Exactly. And it's not just that he can't stop thinking about you, it's like he can't stop thinking about, "How did she do that? How did she, like, make me fall in love with her? How did she, like, get to my heart so easily? Like, how did that happen?" Okay, let's see what else. Yeah, I just keep getting he feels so exposed with you, but in the best way. Okay. All right, then we have I knew I was a distraction from your pain. I what I'm reading this more as is like you are a distraction from my pain. Like that's kind of more what I'm like intuitively feeling from that. Because yeah, I feel like he number one, I want to say this. I feel like he is like not that he's not happy, but he's not in love with his life either. Okay. It's like, things are fine. That's what I could say about his life. Things are fine, he has a job, he has a career, he has money, he's doing pretty well for himself, like, there's nothing inherently wrong with his life, but he's also not thrilled about life. He's not like, "Oh my god, I love life every morning." You know what I mean? Like, he doesn't really feel like that, so I feel like you bring this, like, level of, like, excitement, of joy, of fun, of optimism, love that he just doesn't experience on a daily basis, and that's a part of, like, why I think he loves you is because you're like this breath of fresh air, or you're like this like, it's a ray of sunshine, or you're like this mm, light spot in the dark that he's just like, "Whoa," "Where has that been? Like, why have I not seen that before?" Like, that's sort of what this is, but what I also wanna say about that, and we've kinda touched on this, is I feel like you're not the answer, right? You're not the answer either. Like, if he's unhappy with his life or he's experiencing, like, this codependency in his life or, he's being controlled by something in his life, you're you're not the solution, right? You're like the motivation, but you're not the solution. He still needs to do the work. He still needs to figure out why he's unhappy. He still needs to figure out what's wrong. He still needs to figure out how to fix it. But now he has a motivation to fix it. With you being in his life, he has a motivation to fix it. He has a motivation to try. So that's what it is. You're like a distraction from everything that's going on because Yeah, I feel like things are not, bright and cheery in his world all the time. And not that it is in anybody's world, but I feel like there are maybe some darker, deeper things that he deals with. There are some challenges that he deals with. So, again, you have a lot of power over him. You have a lot of power over him for that fact, the fact that you are such a positive influence in his life. All right. Again, there's like a million cards. There's like so many things he wants to say to you. Most important message, please. Okay. These cards just like want to come out. Oh my God. We need to let each other go. Yeah, he's so afraid. That's the other part of this. And that's the part of this reading that I don't want to be missed. Because I think a lot of times, like women, we think like men don't care, or oh, because he's not saying anything, he must not care, or whatever. And that's like so not true. It's just not true. Like they do care. They just have a different way of showing it. They will look so good on the outside and so hard because, what men do is rewarded in society, right? What gets rewarded in society is hard work, achievement, going towards something, and then naturally do that. So we just kind of glorify them and don't remember that they do all have like a feminine side inside of them, or they do all have emotions, or and that the world is hard. Like the world is a hard place to be in, especially right now. And so even though they may be more like set up for success, it doesn't mean that that's easy to achieve, right? It doesn't mean that they don't have doubts, or they don't have insecurities, or they don't feel tired, or they don't feel sad sometimes, right? They have all of those emotions. They're just a lot better at like pushing past them or not letting them affect them. But the emotion that I feel with him, especially when it comes to you, is a lot of fear that this is going to end. You're going to walk away. This is not going to work. You're going to break his heart. Like he is afraid of that. He's afraid of that. And so, what you can do is also like kind of what he's doing is just try to be there consistently. Try to prove to him, not through your words, but through your actions, I'm here. I'm here. I'm not going anywhere. I care about you. I want to be here. And by him seeing that in you, that's going to help him to get over this fear. It's not a fear you created in him. You did not create this fear in him, but you can help to alleviate it. And because his instinct is to run. Everything inside of him with you is telling him to run. Don't move forward. She's going to hurt you, she's going to disappoint you, she's going to break your heart, you're going to lose her. That's what his mind is telling him. His heart is telling him something else. But his mind is telling him this is bad, scary, don't progress. And every day he has to work past that to be with you. So don't underestimate how much effort it takes for him to show up for you. And you may have your own fears, but just remember so does he. And don't like discredit that, or don't um yeah, just be aware of that it would be easier to just not. It would be easier to walk. It would be easier to just listen to the scared part of himself and just run. And honestly, that's what a lot of guys do. A lot of guys just run, right? Not because they don't like you, but they're afraid of being seen, they're afraid of being vulnerable. And this guy is too, but he's having the courage to keep showing up every day and reward him for that. Okay? All right. Let's get some more oracles here. Let's go a layer deeper. Okay, wow, yeah. First card out, give your relationship a chance. Yeah. The card says work on your partnership. Yeah, This requires work. Every relationship requires work, okay? Because it's your fears and your insecurities and your expectations and your wants combining with his fears and his insecurities and his desires and his wants. So even if there's chemistry, you also still have to balance each side. What's happening here is that you're still having to balance and all of these other sides. And I don't know if the connection is like going in and out. On my side it says it is, so let me know if you guys are hearing everything. But yeah, I feel like what spirit wants you to know is keep working at this. You have to, in order for this to last, it has to be built on a strong foundation, and these things have to be addressed in this phase. Let's see what else. Wow, yeah, keep an open mind. Thank you, Jenna. Thank you so much. Okay, yeah, keep an open mind. Exactly. Don't make assumptions, right? Don't make assumptions and don't take him at face value. There is a lot more underneath the surface with him, and it will come out in time. These things will come out in time when they're ready, when he feels comfortable, when he feels safe. Okay? But don't just put him in a box and just say, "Oh, he must be this type of guy because he does this and he's that." Like, no. He's his own individual person with his own unique experiences. So yeah, don't assume, don't make assumptions about him because he's a lot more different than you think. Okay? Let's see what else. Again, there's always so many cards. Okay, these two cards came out together. We have chemistry and attraction. Yes. I don't doubt that there's a lot of chemistry and attraction here and that it's very mutual on both sides. Okay, these cards say there's a strong magnetic attraction here. Yes. And yeah, so just know what you feel he feels. It's just the way that you process it. So when he feels the chemistry and attraction with you, he goes, "Oh crap, this is something that I don't want to lose. This is something that can hurt me." That's the way he takes it. But when you feel the chemistry and attraction, you may take it completely differently. You may be like, "Oh my god, this is the one. This is going to be the thing that lasts forever," right? So you're feeling the same things, but what it means and how you process it is very different. Okay? All right. Let's get some messages from Spirit here. Let's see how Spirit wants you to think about this connection, how Spirit wants you to understand this connection. Okay, we have boundaries. Yep. But I have soulmate at the bottom of the deck. Yeah. And so this is sort of what's being tested right now. You're definitely testing the boundaries, right? You're testing the boundaries with each other. You're trying to figure out how far you can go with each other. You're trying to figure out what's comfortable for each of you. And this is what you're learning. You're learning this in real time. And what I want to say is you've already broken through his boundaries and he's like shocked. He's like, "I can't believe she got through my boundary." So he's already like shook, okay? And so then he's kind of like, "Okay, how far am I going to let her go? Am I going to let her go all the way? Or, am I going to keep her here, here?" He's figuring that out because he does feel like you are a soulmate. He does feel like you are someone extremely important. So he's like, because I feel like she's important, maybe I should give her all of me. But that is still scary. So what I'm getting is like, this is proceeding forward, but it's almost like you have to proceed forward with caution, not because there's something bad here, but proceeding forward with caution because he needs to feel comfortable at every level. He needs to be like, "Okay, like this is okay. It's like when you're learning how to swim and you're going in the water, like different levels of depth feel comfortable, right? Like you may only feel comfortable going up to your waist, and then you're like, okay, let me go a little bit further. Let me go up to my chest. And okay, yeah, it's okay to take my foot off the ground, right? Like people feel different levels of comfortability in the water. And that's kind of what it is with him. It's like the ultimate goal is that you're in the water and you're swimming together and you're playing and everything's great. But it's like, in order to get to that point where the connection is just flowing and you're free and you have no fear, you have to kind of get past the little milestones. And so, yes, even though this is a soulmate, you still have to go through the levels together. You still have to do the work together and figure out like where the boundaries are, right? I'm like being shown the 50 Shades of Grey movie where, you know, he doesn't want Anastasia to touch his chest, right? That's his boundary. And it's like, really, out of all of the stuff, you don't want her to touch your chest, but that's his boundary, right? That's his boundary. Anastasia wanted more from him, and he wasn't ready initially to give her more. But he said, I'll give you this much, just don't touch this. And that's kind of what I'm seeing here. It's like he's trying to figure out, where's the boundary? How far will I let her in before, I maybe need to push back a little bit? And he doesn't know where the boundary is. He's learning that as you go. So be aware of that. Like you may have no ill intentions towards him, but he still has to feel safe. And you just have to let him like get there on his own. Okay. Let's see what else. Different pages. Yeah. Your boundaries and his boundaries are different. What you're ready for and what feels safe and comfortable for you maybe doesn't feel safe and comfortable for him. So you're kind of on different pages in terms of what you're ready to experience and like what you're not ready to experience. Doesn't mean this isn't going to work, because look what I have at the bottom of the deck: true love. At every turn of this reading, there's still love there. It's like, yeah, I might be scared, but I still love you. I might be afraid, but I still want to do this, right? Like every turn of this reading, I'm like, this is so crazy. But you're definitely on different pages. You're definitely on different pages, but he's not letting that stop him. He's not letting that, make him stop. He's like, okay, I recognize and see that like she may want this, or she may be ready for that, or she may be pushing for this, but like, I don't think I'm ready for that, but I still want to do this. And that's what has to be, that's the compromise, right? That's the compromise here, which is like, I want to do this, but maybe we have to slow the pace down. I want to do this, but maybe we can't go so fast. Maybe we need to walk before we run. So don't take him not being ready or not taking a step forward, as, oh, he doesn't like me as much as I like him or whatever. No, it's not that. It's just about him feeling safe and him feeling comfortable. But it doesn't change the chemistry. It doesn't change the attraction. It doesn't change the desire. All right, last message here. Wow, we have strictly sexual. That might be like the way that he knows how to express himself, right? That might be a comfortable way for him to express his desire and express his passion and express, him. And for a lot of guys, it is, because that's the only way they learn how to express, is through that. But what I want to say is, even though that might be the way that he knows how to express himself at this particular moment in time, it has a different meaning and a different connotation than in other circumstances, right? Like with other people, or maybe like initially when he met you, he may have wanted to do that. Okay, you guys catch my drift. He may have wanted to do that, more for his own gain, right? More for his own desire, for his pleasure. But now I feel like he wants to do that more as like an act of service, right? An act of service to show like, I want you, I care about you, I want to be here. That's the meaning of it now. Like it's taken on a different meaning, and that's again very surprising to him because he's like, I've never felt like that before. I've never felt like that before. For him, it has been and tends to be more selfish. But in this scenario, it's not selfish. In this scenario, it's an attempt to bond. In this scenario, it's an attempt to show that he cares. It's an attempt to show that he is there. But that's the level, and that's why the different pages card is coming out. You may be able to express yourself without that, beyond that. For him, he's not quite there yet. He's not quite there where he can just verbally say it, okay? It may be something that's expressed more in the physical body. He may have a better connection with his physical body than his emotional body. So that's the way it's expressed. So it's not just about getting it, it's more about showing love. All right. So that's what Spirit wants you to know. Let's close this out with a few more oracles. After this, we'll move into our live readings. Okay. All right. We have, wow. First message is, you may not always understand why certain things happen. However, there is a higher purpose to the events in your life. Through turmoil, a blessing will soon be revealed. And that's what I was saying about this whole thing with him. This is bigger than you guys just like getting together, right? You guys just being together. It's bigger than that. There's a bigger purpose for this connection. God is working through both of you to help both of you, to expand both of you, to take you both to different levels and heights in your lives. And so know that that is a factor here. So it's not always going to be so, easy or, cut and dry, because this is meant to have a bigger purpose than just your average run of the mill connection. It's meant to grow both of you. It's meant to expand both of you. So that way you both can be more fully yourselves and provide more value to the world, right? To put more energy out into the world that ends up helping more people. So it's bigger than just, okay, we're going to be together and it's just our connection. It's just about us. No, it's about being better people so you can both go out in the world and do better things. And especially with him, he has more potential than he's able to access on his own. And your love and your connection is going to help him to access parts of himself that he doesn't know how to access yet. Let's see what else. Okay. We have, wow, beware of what you are projecting, for the qualities you admire in another are qualities you both possess. Okay. Equally so, the qualities you don't like are also your reflection. And I don't feel at this particular moment in time we're worrying too much about the bad qualities right now. I feel like it's more of that you both are mirrors for each other. Okay. You both are definitely mirrors for each other. And all of the positive things that you think about him, know that you have that in yourself. And that's why this person has been called into your life to mirror and show that to you. So on your end, understand that if this guy thinks you're interesting, if this guy is giving you his heart, if this guy is giving you the time of day, then that must mean you must be something. Like, you must be really something, because otherwise, I'm telling you, he would not He would not. So you need to know that you must be something really good. And so you also need to know that about yourself and understand that and have more confidence in yourself and, understand your power because the power you have over him, whoa, and if you can have that same power over other people, you can do really great things with that power. So he's also showing you how powerful you are. And I feel like that's something that he's going to pull out of you. He's going to pull your power out of you. He's going to make you stronger. He's going to elevate you. And that's what the masculine does. The masculine energy elevates the feminine energy. The masculine energy provides a strong, stable base that the feminine can stand on. So it's like he provides the stability and you stand on it. And that raises you both higher. So it's like you also are being asked to, with this connection, step more into your power. Okay. And he's providing the way for you to do that. Okay. Sierra, thank you so much for your donation, babe. Okay, last card, guys. Last card to close out the reading, and then we'll get into our live readings. And I feel like there's so many cards that want to come out. Wow. We have deep in your heart, you already know the answer. Do what is right. And I feel like Spirit is trying to say, trust your gut here. Trust your intuition. You may also have a level of fear as well. But if this guy is in your heart and it feels right, trust that. And, not every connection is supposed to blossom into some, long-term for every relationship. Some relationships are for a season, are for a reason. And though you may not end up with this person forever for your whole entire life, they help you to grow immensely. And at the least with this particular connection, you both are going to grow. You're both going to be better people for having met each other, for having had each other in your lives. And I'm not saying this isn't going to work out, but what I am saying is that this is good and this is something that you should really take seriously. And this is something that you should really prioritize and follow your heart. Your heart's going to tell you what to do, right? Your heart is going to tell you what to do. Don't get in your head about this. Stay in your heart. Okay. Stay in your heart and use your heart to guide yourself forward through this connection. Okay. So yeah, just know big takeaways, big level takeaways here. Know that you have broken past this guy's defenses. You are in his heart and you're roaming around in his heart. And he's like, it's scary having her there. I feel vulnerable, but I want her to be there. And he's still trying to figure out how much he wants you to be there, but he feels the fear and he's doing it anyways. He's letting it happen anyways. So give him grace, let him lead you. Okay. Don't push too hard, right? Don't take too much advantage, but also gently push him forward. Keep him opening his heart. It's going to benefit him in bigger ways than you know, and it's going to benefit you in bigger ways than you know. So I just see nothing but incredible potential here. And if this reading resonated with you, I'm so happy that it did. And yeah, just keep following your heart in terms of this person. Don't let the fear take over. Just keep following your heart. Okay. All right, guys. that's what I have for you. I hope that was helpful. If it was, do give it a thumbs up. And let's get into our live reading. So we had a couple donations come in. So first donation we had was Katie. And then next we had Sierra. Okay, so you two will be first. And then for our free readings, we have Jenna. We have Jock. We have Alex. We have Grace. And we have Clinda. Okay, so that's going to be our order. Let me just take a second to reset the table. Katie, go ahead and post your question in the chat for me. And we'll get started with you, okay? You're welcome, Grace. Thank you. Oh, Grace, you did send me that 5. So I don't know if you were going to donate for more. Let me know. I didn't know if you had intended for readings, so let me know. If not, no worries. All right, let me write our list here. We have Katie, Sierra, Jenna. Okay, if Katie is not here, no worries. Sierra, do you want to push your question? Oh, Katie. Hi, how are you? Welcome. Okay, so Katie, you say, I stayed kind of vague because there's multiple coming in and the energy is moving fast, but there's one particular one that's kind of speaking, so what gives? Okay, so let's see what is going on here. Oh, okay, I see. What is this masculine energy surrounding me? Am I Delulu? What is happening? Okay, all right, let's figure that out for you. So, most important messages for Katie, please. What does Katie need to know about this masculine energy around her? What is this? What does she need to know about it? What's the intention? What's the purpose? All right, so the main thing here is the Nine of Wands. Okay, interesting. I feel like whoever this person is, Grace, thank you so much. Whatever is going on here, I feel like this person is trying to settle something with you. There's like unfinished business. Okay, there's unfinished business here. Let's keep going with that. Something wants to close out. I feel like whatever this energy is, whoever this energy is, he wants to close it out with you. Okay, there's something that needs to be like buried or worked past. So let's go deeper into that. Okay, 2 cards coming out. Yeah, 5 of Cups, Knight of Pentacles. Wow. Okay, so it feels like this person it feels like this person, like, they're trying to offer you something or they want more here, but they're just not coming with the right energy. It's like they're not coming with the right energy. They're not or this could be something that's happened or something that existed and this person wasn't able to rise up to your level or you just expanded or grew faster than them is what I'm getting here. It's like you were both on the same page maybe initially, but you worked on yourself, you got better, you expanded, you moved forward, you did the hard work and they didn't. So it's like they're like, please don't leave me. Like it feels like they're kind of saying like, please don't leave me because I do better when you're around, but I also fear that I can't keep up anymore. Like that's the thing. They're like, I fear that I can't keep up anymore. I feel like you're moving faster than me. You've realized your worth, you've realized your power, and I'm not quite there yet, but I don't know what I'm going to do without you. If you move forward, I'm going to lose track of you. I'm not going to be able to keep an eye on you. You're not going to be able to vibrate at my level and you're going to vibrate too high and I'm not going to be able to catch up. So it's like they're afraid to lose you, but they've already kind of lost you. They're already losing you. And they want you to slow down, but you're like, I'm not going to slow down. Are you kidding me? You need to step up. So that's sort of the thing here. It's like, you're going to go, like you're moving forward, whether this person likes it or not, and kind of whether you like it or not, your life is going to keep moving forward. You're on your path and that path is going to take you where you need to go. And if this person wants to be a part of it, they've got to kick it into gear. But the reality is that your path and their path may just be 2 different paths and it's just not going to happen. Okay. It's just not going to happen. Let's see what else. Six of Pentacles. Yeah. They want things to come back into balance. They want things to be easy again. They want to have more access to you. That's what they want. But it feels like for you to be around this person, to stay in this person's energy, it requires you to compromise and kind of like compromise down. You know what I mean? Like you have to accept a lot of bad behavior or accept a lot of bad behavior. You have to accept their toxicity, and maybe there was a point in time where you would do that, where you would, you know, turn a blind eye to bad behaviors, but it feels like now you're like not as tolerant, or you're not as naive, or you're not as you're not just wanting someone there for the sake of having someone there. It's like you'd rather have someone there that's aligned just than to be able to say, oh, you know, I have this person. So that's the difference here. Is I feel like your energy was more open to something like this in the past, but it's just not anymore. And this person's like, hey, wait, no, like be easier, be easier to get. So you've leveled up, you're leveling up, you're moving forward, and this person is like scared they're gonna lose you. So it's almost like they're trying to hold you back, right? They're trying to make you feel like you're going to miss out on something, or make you feel like you're crazy, or make you feel like you need to stay stuck where you are. But the reality is you need to keep moving forward. Yeah, we have the Four of Swords. This energy wants to control you. This energy doesn't want you to know your power. This energy doesn't want you to know your worth. This energy wants you to feel small. This energy wants you to feel crazy. This energy wants you to look for validation. So, yeah. So that's the thing. It's like, don't pay attention, really. Don't pay attention to this masculine energy that you're feeling, because it's not helpful. It's it's stalling you, right? Like it's trying to stall you, it's trying to confuse you. It's not adding to you. It's not, you know, making you better, let's say. It's trying to keep you confused so you'll stay stuck and you'll be available, but that's not really what the path is asking. The path is asking for you. I have the Page of Wands at the bottom of the deck. The path is asking for you to embrace a new beginning in your life, to embrace a new path in your life, and to follow your own heart towards your desires, not to follow whatever this is. So let's get some oracles for you. You are very welcome. So we have, sometimes I stay awake thinking about you. And bottom of the deck, I have, I regret lying to you. Yeah. So whatever this energy is, it can be deceptive. It can be deceptive because it doesn't want to lose you. Okay. So it's not genuine. It's not coming from a good place. It definitely is playing games. Okay. Playing games to keep you stuck. Okay. Wow. We have regret. Yeah. This energy, they regret not doing more, being better, leveling up. And it's like, okay, now they're losing you. And the only person they can blame is themselves. Right? It's like the only person they can blame is them. They can't fault you. They can't fault you for doing what you're doing. And I have unavailable. So it's like this energy is not even available to give you what you wanted, even if they wanted to give it to you. Wow. Okay, then I have forgiving and learning. Yeah, so that's what's happening. It's like you're learning, you're moving forward. This energy is not. This energy is staying stuck, and that's what's creating the tension or the wedge or the confusion. And then finally we have ooh, okay. Whoops. All right, it says it is important to step back. Important right now to take a step back and to spend some time alone. Instead of placing your focus on another, now is the time to give to yourself. hmm And this is not saying like, oh, don't date, don't be open to other people. That's not what this is saying. It's just saying, look, you have this potent period of time where if you put your energy into something that you want, you'll get it. Right? So rather than focusing on someone else, focus on what you really want in life and you will get that. Right? You will get that. And that's just a better use of your energy right now is focusing it on building something for yourself rather than focusing on somebody else, right? You will put yourself in a better position where you'll be happier and stronger and more desirable, and you'll have no problem getting what you want in terms of men, right? When you're there. So it's like focus on you and where you're going, and you're going to get something drastically better than whatever this is. Okay. Alrighty. So that's what I'm picking up there. I hope that was helpful. Let me know if you have any more questions. Yes, girl. Aw, good. Good to hear. Alrighty. So thank you so much, Katie. All right, so next up we have Sierra, and then I'm going to add Grace to the donation list. So we have Sierra, Grace, Jenna, Jock, Alex, and Clinda. So Sierra, you can go ahead and post your question. Hello, lovey. You're very welcome. Okay, so for Sierra, she asks, what can I expect from Emil? He's still hanging in there. Alrighty. So most important messages for Sierra, please. What can she expect from Emil? Whoa. All right, I have a lot of cards that want to come out. Most important messages, please. Okay, so his energy towards you, we have the Four of Pentacles. So what's funny about that is like, number one, it's funny you use the word hanging in there. Yes, that is like the way that he does it. He's very persistent, and that's what works for him. That's his way of getting what he wants is he tends to be persistent. He may not necessarily do anything, but it's kind of like, God, this person's just been here for so long. Let me give them attention just because they've been here, right? They've been waiting for so long. So let me just give it attention. That's kind of his way, or that's like his MO. Okay. So that's how he will win. Like he'll win through persistency. He's like, I may not be the best, or I may not be the best looking, or I may not, be, the best choice, but I'm just gonna be persistent and I'll win eventually. But, not really doing anything that's gonna make you change your mind, or not doing anything that makes you go, "Oh, okay, maybe he's not as bad as I thought," or anything like that. It's like, no, it's like almost just like annoying you to death. That's kind of his way. Um, you said he is persisting but inconsistent. Right. It's like, again, he might not be doing it very good. He might not be the best. He might not really be doing anything that makes you soften towards him, but he's like, I'm just gonna hang out here. I'll just hang out here. So what you can expect from him, the world. Okay, so eventually he will move forward. Like if you are not really, really not interested, like if you're genuinely not interested and you really don't want this, and he's not getting any signs and signals that you want this, he will eventually move on. He will eventually move forward. Um, but if you are giving him those signals that you may be interested, he will try to take it to the next level. Whether or not he'll be successful is another question, but he is like reading you, or he's keeping track. He's going, okay, when I tried this time, was it a good or bad experience? When I tried this time, was it a good or bad experience? And if it's more goods than like, if it's more goods rather than not, then he'll be like, okay, you know. Um, and then if it's more like bads, and he'll be like, okay, well, I guess there's no point in being persistent because she doesn't want it. Um, you said I like him when I can finally get a hold of him. Hi, Bree, or hi, Sarah. Are you out of free readings? I'm not sure. Let me check. Yes, I am out of free readings. Sorry, babes. Okay. Um, and Clinda, I did just get your message. No worries. I got you. Okay, I got you. Okay. So you said we have a great time together, but he acts hella busy. Yeah. That's a part of his how can I say it? Like mm, it's a way of testing you. Okay? It's a way of testing you. It's a way of being like, let's see if she can deal with this. Let's see if how does she act if I'm busy? Like if I'm going to be busy, is she going to freak out, or is she going to be like whatever and do her own thing? So it's a test. It's more of a test. But if you were really his, he wouldn't he wouldn't do that for you. Remember what I was talking about, and I don't know if you caught the general reading, but it's a way to protect himself. It's a way to protect himself. It's like a boundary he's putting up. He wants to see, if I put this boundary up, is she going to freak out, or is she going to be respectful of it? So that's kind of more of what it is. But when he feels more safe with you, when he feels more comfortable with you, he'll drop that defense. Okay, he'll drop that. Right now it's kind of more of a defense to see if you're gonna be crazy or not. Basically, he kind of wants to see, if I do put up a boundary with her, is she gonna be respectful of my boundaries, or is she gonna be crazy? Like that's more what it is for him. So it's a test. Um, you said I don't care if he's busy. Selfishly, I do want more time, and there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that, girl. You said I told him he has to be my boyfriend. Yeah, exactly. And it's good to lay that out early. So he knows what the expectation is. So likely because you said that, he's testing you. Okay, you want me to be your boyfriend? Well, let me see if you pass the girlfriend test. So he's just testing you. He's just trying to see how you're going to be. Are you going to be, up his butt, or are you going to be cool? He has to know these things before he's going to give you commitment. He has to know certain things about you to make sure, if this is going to work. So he is kind of testing you. You said, I wonder if I scared him off. Let's see. We have the Magician. No. No, you didn't scare him off, but what I will say about this and say about him is that it's kind of more important for him for you guys to develop rapport. Okay? It's more important right now in order for you guys to get to like the boyfriend girlfriend stage is to kind of develop that baseline foundational relationship, friendship, where it's like we can talk to each other and, it's just easy, it's good and it's something that I like. I just like communicating with her. I just like having her around. When he feels that with you, when he feels like, okay, I just like talking to her, I love being in communication with her, and it's just like easy, and you're doing that on a consistent, regular basis, he will be more likely to make the make the offer. Okay. So just focus on that, just focus on getting to where the talking is consistent. Just and sometimes you may have to initiate, sometimes you may have to reach out to him or pull him out of his comfort zone or whatever, or you know, give him your care sometimes, right? Like you may have to take that on in order to keep the consistency, but just focus on that. If you want him to be your boyfriend, just focus on the consistency, and where it's like, it's going beyond just, the talking and the laughing, but it's like more of like, okay, you're like a vital part of my life that I like want you I want you to be around. I want you to be around. I don't want you not to be around. You have to get past that. You have to get past the bothering. I know it's scary and it's easier to let them initiate because at least they want to talk. But if he if he really likes you, you will never be a bother to him. You will never be a bother to someone that actually likes you. Someone that actually likes you will be like, "Oh my god, yeah, she's talking to me," you know, and that's what he wants to see. He wants to see that like you desire him just as much as he desires you. So sometimes you kind of have to go past that fear of bothering him in order to let him know, hey, I'm here. I'm here. I'm thinking about you and I want to talk to you. And you can just say something as simple as, hey, have a good day. That's it. I'm not expecting you to write back, but I'm letting you know that I want to be a part of your day and I want to make sure you have a good day. Right. And whether he writes back, don't put pressure on that. But if you notice he's like the communication is not flowing, just say, "Hey, I hope you have a good day." Okay? He can never say, "Oh, you never hit me up, you never reach out." You'd be like, "No, BS, I did reach out. And here's the proof." And do that enough, do that as much as you need so that way he knows you're trying too. It's not just him going after you, and him feeling like he's chasing you. Sometimes he has to feel like you're chasing him too, but not in like a pushy way, right? Not in like a hey, 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 hey type of way, but like, no, you know, I like you and I'm not afraid to lose myself and I'm here and you can write back or not, but I'm still going to express myself because I want to express myself to you. When he feels that, he'll be like, okay, you know, now I will, engage more regularly. So don't be afraid. You have to put yourself out on the ledge sometimes too. Just like he does, He doesn't know how you're going to respond to him, but he takes the shot. So sometimes you have to take the shot too. Alrighty. So I hope that was helpful. That's the risk, baby girl. That's the risk. If you want a relationship, you have to be willing to get your feelings hurt. Right? You have to be there's no relationship where you're not going to potentially get your feelings hurt. And you probably will when you love someone, you probably will get your feelings hurt. But the difference is you learn from it and you communicate and you say, hey, when you did that, that made me feel like this. And they may be like, oh my God, I didn't mean to make you feel that way. I'm sorry. I won't do it again. Right. You just communicate through it and you work past it. You don't make it be like, oh, that's it. Done. No, that's crazy. And you're going to always be learning things about each other and figuring things out. And so you have to be willing to take the risk. You're not going to be in a relationship and not take any hits. You're going to take hits from time to time. It's just a part of being in a relationship. Okay. So you got to work past that. You got to work through that fear. Yes, exactly. Exactly. You want to feel safe before you make a move. And I think you're safe to make a move here. I think you're safe to make a move. So, let me know what happens. You're very, very welcome. Good luck. Aw, good. Alrighty. So next up we have Grace. Grace, you can post your question. And then next we will have Jenna, Jock, Alex, and Clinda. Grace wants to know, will I meet a love in my life unlike what I've been through anytime soon? Okay, so I'm kind of going to think about this like this spring. I don't like to read too far into tarot because it changes so much. But as I said that, I have the Eight of Swords. Okay, there's still too much fear. So anyone that you were to bring in at this particular moment in time would just be a projection of your fears. So in the from as far as I can personally see forward, I don't think you're going to find something like not the thing you're thinking about, let's say. You're not going to find the thing you're thinking about until you become the version of yourself that number one, just doesn't care if anyone comes in, right? That's the first thing. But B, the version of yourself that would never even attract someone who would dare think of hurting her. Okay. You're still becoming the version of yourself that's going to attract the person in that's going to treat you the way you're thinking in your mind. Okay. And the only thing that's in between that version of you and where you are right now is fear. Just fear. That's all. It's just your head. It's all in your head. It's all in your mind. And the more that you retrain your mind, the more that you genuinely believe that true love exists, that it's possible for you, that it is yours, the more you genuinely believe that, not like fake believe it or just like, yeah, I believe in love, right? Like you're just saying it and just like going through the motions. The more you actually genuinely in your heart believe that, the higher probability that it will come. So that's the thing. Yeah. And bottom of the deck, I have the Empress, right? So the more that you embrace your feminine energy and you're not afraid of that feminine energy and you're expressing that fully, that's when it will come. Because a lot of women, especially right now in the collective, are like afraid to be feminine. They're afraid to be feminine because of the bad experiences that they've had with the masculine. And then they think, oh, all of the masculine is like this. They're all like this. And, they're all going to behave this way and they all treat you this way. And it's like, that's not true. That's not true. There is a very healthy piece of the masculine collective right now who, really is dying, dying for healthy feminine. And there's not as many of those as you think, right? So it's like the more you become your healthy feminine, you're going to realize, whoa, there actually are a lot of really great guys here, there are, guys who want to take care of me and guys who want to provide for me and want to support me and want to care for me, that it would be the honor of their lifetime, to take care of me and to protect me. The more you're in your feminine, the more you see that and the more you experience that, and you experience it everywhere. It's like, whoa, where have all these people been? But it's like they've always been there. It's just like they don't recognize you if you're not in your feminine. If you're in your feminine, men recognize, they see it, and they go out of their way to help you. Like they go out of their way to like take care of you, because it is like the joy of the masculine to take care of the feminine. He loves to take care of the feminine, even if it puts him in a bad position. He loves to take care of the feminine. So it's like, and this is just generally speaking to everybody out there that's listening, the more you're in your feminine, the more men just want to do things for you. The more they want to do it. So it's like, don't be afraid to be in your feminine. Don't be afraid. You said, yes, I've been in my masculine for so long. Yeah. So masculine will just see you as another masculine. They won't even see you as a feminine. Like they'll recognize you're a woman, obviously, but their energy won't even, it will just repel from you. It's like, oh, another man, so it's like the more you're in that opposite, the more open, receptive, trusting, free, flowy you are, the more they're like, whoa, because they see you and they're like, oh no, she needs to be protected. Like she can't be so open. She can't be so free. Like, is anyone looking out for her? And the more it like activates this protective side of them, and they want to protect you because they know how hard the world is and they want to protect you. So it's like the more, vulnerable you are, the more they want to protect you. And so, you have to let down your guards and be vulnerable. And they have to also know, like, you're going to stay like that with them, So yeah, that's literally all you have to do. It's just proudly, openly, boldly, and embrace your feminine. And these men will be available to you in large numbers. Um, you said, "Oh, I've been in my masculine so long because of these men." I don't believe that all men are like, no, they're not. I would accept that from DM. He just has to see that. You just have to energetically show that. That's all. I would love to be taken care of. Yeah. Open yourself up to that. Open yourself up to that. Don't feel like you have to do everything. Don't feel like you have to figure everything out in your life. Open up to God. Like, that's the first thing I would say is like open up to God and let God take care of you. And then God will find a man, a physical man on earth to fill the voids that he can't do. And that's it. So it's like align with God, align with spirit. Let God be your masculine first, right? Let God be the masculine first. Let God lead you forward, guide you, take care of you first. Learn how to accept that. And then God will send you the man that is perfect for you, that's going to care for you the way that you need to be cared for. And it will be the right man because he knows you. So start there. Start with your relationship with God. And then you also will recognize when you have that relationship with God, you'll only want men who are like God, right? Men who protect you, men who look out for you, men who guide you, right? You will recognize that. And because you'll know this man is in the image of God. And you'll see those qualities in him. And you'll feel the love and it will feel familiar because you've already been feeling it, you know. So that's it. That's all. So lean more into God and you will find the man before you know it. Before you know it. Okay? You're already on the right path. You're already on the right path. Just keep following that path. Okay? Oh, thank you. Yeah, that is step one. You got to have a relationship with God, yourself, God, and then the right man will pop up and you'll know it. Aw, my pleasure. Hope that was helpful. Alrighty, so next up we have Miss Jenna. My pleasure, Grace. Thank you. For Jenna, she asks, what are Zach's current feelings for me? What are his intentions moving forward? And what are his next actions? Okay. So for Jenna, whoa, lots of cards want to come out. What are Zach's current feelings for Jenna? What are his intentions? And what are his next actions? Most important messages for Jenna, please. Okay, his feelings. Number one, Knight of Swords. Okay, interesting. On the card, there is a man and he is controlling a woman. Okay, he has a woman on her knees and he is in control. So that is what he's trying to do emotionally. He's trying to emotionally control the connection. He's trying to emotionally pace the connection, or he may be trying to create boundaries. He may be trying to make sure things are going the way that he wants things to go. That's more of his concern right now. Okay. So, like I was talking about in the general reading, in some way, shape, or form, you may be testing his boundaries, right? You may be wanting things that he isn't necessarily ready for. Um, you could be on a different level of comfort, let's say, in regards to emotions than he is. And he's like, look, I like you, right? And it feels like this is kind of the tone. He's like, look, I like you, but this needs to slow down, or this needs to like go this way, or this needs to like, how can I say it? This needs to go a certain way for me to feel comfortable. Okay. And it feels like he feels really strongly about this. Like this feels very, very strong for him. Um, he kind of feels like he's losing control of the situation. So he feels like he needs to regain control. Okay. Like I'm kind of getting like, this is crazy. I'm being shown like a horse, right? And the horse is like going too fast. And he's like, whoa, slow down, horse. Like, I want to ride the horse, but I don't want to go this fast, right? Like, I want to ride this ride, but I don't want it to be so crazy. So that's kind of the way he feels. He's like, I want to be here. I want to do this, but I want it to go my way. And if you know like anything about riding horses, right, it's a lot of trust and the horse knowing that you're going to lead it properly, that you're giving it proper direction, and you trusting that the horse is not going to do anything crazy to you, right? So it's like he needs to trust you first. Like he's still building trust with you, and vice versa. You're still building trust with him and determining a pace where you are feeling like you're moving, right? Your legs are moving, but him feeling like he's not losing control. So it's like there's just like a need to, pace things in a way that feels comfortable for him, because you want him and you always want him to feel like he's in control. You never want him to feel out of control. Okay. You always want him to feel like he's in control. If he feels out of control with you, either one of two things is going to happen. He's just going to shut down completely. He's just going to get off the horse and be like, that's too much. I'm going to get off. Or he's going to find someone he can control. So you don't want either of those things to happen, right? You don't want him to just throw up his hands and be like, no, this is too hard. You don't want him to get to that point. So you rather want to work with him, and you want to go, okay, how can I make this work for both of us? And so that is going to require you to slow down, and it's going to require him to maybe speed up, okay, to find that right pace where it's like right for both of you. Okay. So that's what needs to happen there. You said, yes, makes sense. He wants to pace the connection. He keeps saying he wants long term with us. But yeah, the general reading was kind of about us. I feel like, LOL. He keeps telling me he loves me. Yes, I believe him. But he said he's not ready to be boyfriend, girlfriend yet, but we're exclusive. Right, right. So there may need to be a clarification of the terms, right? So when someone says boyfriend, girlfriend, what does that mean, right? That can mean something different to everybody. So maybe there's needing to be a clarification of what does it mean if you're my boyfriend? Because boyfriend for you may be this is the step before marriage. Boyfriend for him may be, we're talking and I'm only talking to you, right? So those terms can mean different things to both of you, and you may need to clarify that, um, because it may not mean as much to you as it does to him, but yet you may have assigned a different meaning to it because of your experiences in the past. You said yes. He said their connection was so fast for him. Like, did not expect to meet you now. Right. Yeah, that was definitely the energy of the general. It's like, didn't expect this, but I'm happy that it's here. You said he was like, huh, and now he's just like, you the one. And I'm like, what? It's been 3 months, but he's so annoying. I want security on it. He's so slow. He feels like he chases me. And he says, because I threatened to detach. Sometimes because he is slow. We're physically and romantically exclusive. And for him, being boyfriend girlfriend is like marriage is coming soon. So I'm exactly why he puts so much pressure on it. Yeah. So that's the thing. It's like you want to go at his pace. I would just say follow his lead. And if you don't like his lead, then you got to get another rider. It's like his pace is his pace, and you can't make a man go faster. So it's like either you like his pace or you don't like his pace. And that's your decision. That's what you have to decide is just because I have a rider doesn't mean I have to keep this rider. There are other riders, right? If I don't want this pace, I can buck him off and get somebody else. And that's what you have to decide is do you want to go at his pace or do you want to buck him? And that it's just that black and white. It's just that simple. Okay, so his intentions moving forward, King of Swords. Wow. Yes, he wants control. He wants control. Okay, we have Knight of Swords and King of Swords. He's not changing. He's not going to change. He's going to double down on what he wants. So, again, it's like either you like it or you don't. It can only be one of two things. Either I like this or I don't like it. And if you don't like it, then yeah, maybe you have to detach. You have to detach so he can feel what it's like to not have you. He may feel too comfortable. He may feel too comfortable. He may be like, oh, she's going to stay no matter what. She said she's going to leave, but she's still here, or, she may say I'm annoying, but she still keeps picking up my phone calls. So it's like what you say may not have a lot of weight with him because your actions can be saying something completely different. So you may have to align your words and your actions. And if you really want change, you may really need to move forward and be willing to lose him forever. So he knows that. So he knows, oh wait, no, she's serious. Like, oh wait, no, if I don't do what she wants, she will leave and she will be with someone else and I will lose my spot. He needs to feel that, not just hear you say that. Your actions and words need to align because that's how men base their decisions is on your actions, not your words. They don't hear your words. They don't speak feminine like we do. They work in the action, language of action is what do you do? So, you have to align those two things together. So his next actions, we have the 10 of Cups. Everything will remain the way it is, right? He has no intention of changing things exactly as they are right now. Even though you may feel like, oh, he's annoying, he's frustrating, he likes it. He likes your connection just as it is. If you guys stayed just like this, he's fine. It doesn't bother him. It doesn't stress him out. He has access to you. He feels like you're emotionally available to him. He feels like he has the benefits of you. He feels like he has you already. So, he doesn't really feel the need to offer you a relationship. He doesn't really feel the need to make any big changes. He doesn't really feel the need because it's fine just as is. So if you want to change that, you have to flip that around. You have to make him uncomfortable because right now he's comfortable. You have to make him uncomfortable because men always move towards comfort. So if he's too comfortable and he's not taking the action, make the situation uncomfortable so he'll take action. So he'll move in the way that you want him to move, right? So just like the horse, if you don't want the horse to do what it's doing, you pull the reins back. You say, whoa, you pull it back. So the horse knows we're not doing that. So that's what you have to do. You have to make it uncomfortable. So it's like, no, we're not going in this direction, or no, this is not going to continue like this. And pull it way back. So he knows, rein him in, right? You got to rein it in. So, right now you're just on two different pages in terms of like what you want and where you're at in your comfort levels. You know, you have to kind of rein it back in. No, the 10 of cups doesn't mean official. The 10 of cups just means I'm emotionally very happy here. I'm very emotionally happy. What you would want to see for official is pentacles, because that would indicate long term. He's happy, everything's fine from his end. So why what difference is it going to make if you're his girlfriend officially, let's say, or if he's committed? Like what would really be so drastically different that it gives him the incentive to make the commitment, right? That's why you want to, perhaps pull back so he knows, if I'm not your girlfriend, you're not going to have access to this, this, and this, right? It's like when you sign up for something and there's like a free trial and you get to try it out, and then they're like, okay, you've had your 7-day free trial. If you want these benefits, you need to pay. So it's kind of like that's what you need to do. It's like you've had access to me, and you know what I'm like. Now, if you want to continue to have access to me, then you got to pay up. And if you don't, then you're just not going to have access to me. So you have to have like the courage to draw a line and figure out where your line is, you know, mm, and how much you're going to give to him without the commitment. Because right now, he has there's no reason. And plus, he knows you want it. He knows you want it. So that gives him power over you. He knows I can control you because I know what you want. And that's not a good position to be in. You don't want to be in a position where he has too much control over you. So you want to take a little bit of control back because he feels too comfortable. He already knows he's like in, and that's not what you want. You don't want him to feel like that before he's actually in. So, there has to be, you have to draw a line. You have to draw a line or nothing's going to change. Yeah, that's just how it goes. That's how it goes. Alrighty. So good luck. You are very welcome. Yeah, go for it. Alrighty, next up we have Jock. And if Jock is not here, Alex, you can go ahead and post your question. Hi, Alex. So you said, I just don't know if I'm interested in being in a relationship right now, but I do know I would like to find true love one day. Is that in the cards for me? Okay. Alrighty, so for Alex, and again, I don't really read tarot too far off into the future, so I'm just going to look at for the season ahead. Is love in the cards for Alex? What do you want Alex to know about the future of his love life? Okay, we have Judgment. Wow. So love will come when you decide you're worthy of it. When you decide you're worthy of it, when you decide that love is possible for you, when you decide that I am interested in being in a relationship and I'm not wavering about that, that's when love will come. Love can't come right now because you're not certain. You're not sure. So love's like, do you want me to come in? Do you not want me to come in? Like love doesn't know what to do with you. It's like, do you want me? Are you ready for me? Are you not ready for me? I don't want to overwhelm you. I don't want to scare you. It's like it doesn't know what to do because you're not sure. If you're not sure, love's like, well, I'm not sure about you, right? Love, what you want has to want you too. So you have to get to the point. I have 9 of Cups at the bottom of the deck. You have to get to the point where it's like, whether love comes in or not, I'm okay. Like, I love my life and I love myself and I'm so content with life and I'm so grateful for my life that whether someone else comes in and physically shows that to me, I don't care. Like, I don't care because I'm going to have a good ass life with me and me. The relationship with me is so damn strong that it's enough. And when you just decide that you're enough, someone else is going to decide that you're enough for them too. When you decide that I'm picking me, then someone's going to pick you. So when love is not so far away, when love is not like this thing that's like unattainable and outside of you, when it's inside of you and it's a part of you and it's flowing through you and like everything you're doing, right? Like you're living a life that you love, you're putting love out there, people are loving you back. When love is just like flowing through your pores, then it has to come to you. Like it has to, right? Because you're going to attract what you are. So it's like, it's deeper than being alone because sometimes alone is like protecting myself. Like I'm alone and I'm in my space because I'm protecting myself, right? I'm not alone and in my space because like I genuinely like want to be alone in my space. I'm alone in my space because like this is just what feels safe to me right now versus I'm alone and in my space, but it's because I'm like working on becoming the highest version of myself. Like there's, kind of different levels of that. So, yes, a part of like attracting love is learning how to love being alone. It's not being alone and protecting yourself. You know what I mean? So yeah, you're admitting, yeah, I'm protecting myself, right? So it's like if you're protecting yourself from love, why would love come to you? But it's like, I guess you don't want me. You're scared of me. Why would I come to you? I'm not gonna like bust down your door. So it's like when you decide that, no, I want that. I'm not afraid of that. Yeah, no, I'm like totally up for that. I'm not scared. Love will be okay, here you go. Here you are. So love wants to find you, right? Just like money wants to find us, and happiness wants to find us, and success wants to find us. All of these good things want to find us. We just have to be ready to take it, right? We have to be ready to hold that and be in that energy because it requires a higher level of us and it requires a responsibility to have those things. So you just have to decide, right? You have to decide mind, body, soul, that every part of you is like, I want that. I'm good on my own and I've maxed out life on my own and I can really do everything that's in my power. I know my full power and I want to share my power with somebody and I want someone to share their power with me so we can grow and go to the next level. When you get to that point, real love can come in. But until you get there, you're either not going to attract it or you're going to attract people that are going to just be there to help you to learn things about yourself, are going to help you to pull things out of you, people who come in to heal you, people who come in to trigger you, people who come in to help you grow until you get to that level where it's like, oh, okay, I get it now. Relationships are just mirrors to me. And I am not taking it personal. I'm seeing them as growth tools now. And I see what I need to work on and what I don't need to work on and, all of that. And now I can go into a relationship understanding, oh, this is how it works. That's when it will come. You said I also find that even the thought of hanging out, meeting up with someone is an inconvenience, right? Which shows, yeah, definitely, you have to be willing to go through that. Like love can be inconvenient, it can be hard, it stretches you, it helps you to grow, but you have to be willing for the challenge, right? You have to be up for the challenge. If you don't have the energy to do it, it just shows it's not for the season. Because if it was for the season, you would have energy for it. You would be like, yeah, no problem. Like that's a part of it and I want it. But if it feels inconvenient, it's kind of like a sign of like, okay, you're probably not there yet right now. And that's okay. That is okay. Honor the season that you're currently in. You said I used to want connection so bad. Now I'm healing the connection with myself. That's the way there. That is the path there. That's the reality, right? That is the reality. The only way to get the connection that you want is to understand that connection, you already have that connection inside of you. You have absolutely every single tool and resource to take care of you. No one can get that deep inside of you to do those things. The only person that can do that is you and God, right? Like the only people that can do that deep inner work and touch those sensitive parts of you that need touching are you and God. Your person can't do that. They maybe can do some things, but they can't do that. And so it's like when you realize that, you get it, like, oh, okay, like there's a limit to what this person can do for me and they're amazing and I'd rather have them in my life. It's still my responsibility to take care of myself and to do these particular things, right? It's like no one can lift your weights in the gym. Even if you're in a relationship, you have a personal trainer, the personal trainer still can't lift your weights. You have to lift your own weights, and that's forever. That never changes, right? So it's like there's certain parts of your journey in your life where you're the only person that's going to ever be able to do that thing. And until you really own that, and you get that and you're not putting that expectation, that unrealistic expectation on another person, you can't have a healthy relationship until you take responsibility for the fact that this is my weight. I've got to lift it every single day for the rest of my life. Even if someone's here, it's still my weight to carry. I still have to do it. They maybe make it more fun or, they motivate me or whatever, but I still have to lift the weight. Then you take that pressure off that person and you go, thanks for being here. Just thank you for being here. And when you have that expectation of love, then you can have it. But right now you may have too high of expectation of what someone can actually do for you. What someone can actually be for you, which means you will likely attract someone that has the same unrealistic expectations, who wants to emotionally delegate their stuff to you. And so it's the same thing. And that's where like narcissists, codependent relationships come in, because it's like the narcissist doesn't want to do certain things and the empath doesn't want to do certain things. And that's why they're always fighting and bickering and going back and forth, because they're wanting the other person to be something that they can never be for the other person, and blaming the other person for not doing this and not doing that, when it will never happen. That person will never ever be what you want them to be. Never. They will consistently disappoint you because you're outsourcing your emotional work to the other person. So it's better for you to be alone and do what you're doing and go through that route than to expect that there's some person out there that can like be these things, because there's no one out there that can ever be what you're wanting. They can get you really close, but at the end of the day, it's up to you to take it over the finish line, you know? And when you accept that, it's like, okay, doesn't matter who's next to me. I'm always going to have to deal with this thing, or I'm always going to have this way, or I'm always going to have this burden. And that will always be my job to work on that. Then it's like, okay, right? Then you'll pick the right partner at that particular point in time, because you'll say, I can do this, this, and this for myself, but I can't do this. So as long as someone does this, then they're the right person for me. Not, oh, I have this problem, I need them to make it better. I have this problem, I need to make it better. I feel lonely, I need them to make me better. It's like, no, that's not what people do. That's not what they do, So the love will come when you understand you are the love of your life. It's you. Surprise, it's you. And when you get that, not just your love life changes, but like everything changes, and you understand your parents more, and you just understand life more. Everything makes so much more sense when you get that, and when you start taking ownership over the areas of your life that you need to take ownership of. Yep, it's you. It's you. You are the love of your life. And when you really get that, not just say it, when you really get that, and you start treating yourself as though you are the love of your life, you start spoiling yourself, someone will come in and they'll spoil you. Because they see the way you love yourself and they see the way you spoil yourself, and they're like, oh my God, if I want to be with that person, I'm going to have to spoil them. I'm going to have to love them. I have to do a lot to keep them, because I see that they're already doing it for themselves. So if I want to be in this person's life, I'm going to have to spoil them harder, And the right person is going to recognize that, and they're going to be like, oh my God, I'm going to have to do all of this for Alex. I'm going to have to prove to Alex that I want to be here, and da da da. And they will only do that when you are so committed to doing that for yourself. So you're in control, right? You're in control. The universe may have a fantastic person lined up for you. The universe is just waiting for you to step into the role. And also, too, you have to think about the other person, too, right? The other person also deserves to be with someone who recognizes them and can be what they need them to be, too. So it goes both ways. It's not just about that person, doing all this stuff for you. It's about you doing that for them. And you have to have the energy to show up for them too, and be what they need as well. It goes both ways. It goes both ways. And you may not be ready to be someone else's somebody yet, right? You may not have the capacity. You may not have the space. You may not have the tools yet to be somebody else's somebody. So it goes both ways. And the thing that I always say to people is, if you want somebody, start acting as if. Start acting as if you're already in a relationship. Imagine that person's already there. What would you be doing? What would you be doing? Would you be acting the way you're acting? Would you be dressing the way you're dressing? Would you be talking and walking the way you're talking and walking? Or would you be carrying yourself in a higher way, a different way? Would you be putting yourself together more, putting more effort into your life? You probably would. You probably would be conducting yourself in a different way. And so it's like, start conducting yourself that way. And it's normally going to take you out of your comfort zone, right? Because when we're by ourselves, you get away with murder by yourself. But when there's someone else there that's counting on you, that needs you, you act differently. So like start already imagining that you have another person that's depending on you, you know, for emotional support. Start acting as if someone's wanting you to be there consistently. You probably would be waking up earlier. You probably would be taking care of yourself better. You'd be dressing better. You'd be eating better. You would be doing way more things than you're probably doing right now. Right? So it's like start doing that now. Start building the habit of being available to another person because that's what the relationship is. It's about being available and being of service to each other. So it's like start acting like that, right? Make space for that in your life. So when they come, it doesn't feel like such a big burden, like, oh my God, this requires so much energy. I didn't realize how much time this was going to take. I didn't realize how, demanding this was going to be. And it's like, yes, it's demanding. It's demanding to keep up with someone and to always, be reading someone and making sure, like, okay, what do they need? Am I showing up properly? It's a lot of work. It is a lot of work. And so you have to start getting in the habit of that. So, start thinking about if the person was here, what would my day-to-day life look like? How would I be acting? What would we do? Would we be talking all day? Would we be seeing each other? Would we have dinner a few times in a week? Like, would we go out a few times a week? And if that's the case, do those things. If you'd be going out a couple times a week, we'll start going out a couple of times a week. If you'd be cooking dinner, we'll start cooking dinner, right? Like, start acting as if they're already there. Start going through the motions and doing that stuff. That in itself is going to, really. So you want to start there if that's something you really want. Because either way, it's going to show you. It's going to show you how ready you are for that, right? And two, it's going to show you how hard it actually is, like how hard it actually is to always be open for someone while also caring for yourself. It's a freaking full-time job caring for yourself, but then creating this additional space for someone else, that's hard. It's hard, especially if you're not used to that. If you're just used to being by yourself and doing what you want to do, it's actually hard to open that space up and to be disciplined in that way. So that's a great start. That's where I tell everybody to start is pretend like they're there. Act like they're there. What would you do? What would you be doing? Would you text them good morning? You know, if so, text yourself good morning, right? Would you make them breakfast? Well, make yourself breakfast. Would you live together? Okay, start acting like you live together. Decorate your house as if two people live there. Sleep on one side of your bed, sit on one side of the couch, make dinner for two, buy groceries for two people. That'll really show you, right? It's a lot to buy groceries for one person, buy groceries for two people, cook a meal for two people, right? Create duplicates in your life. Show that you're ready. And that exercise in itself may bring awareness of, okay, well, this requires a little bit more effort. But it's worth the effort. It's worth the effort. If that's what you want, right? If that's what you want. You said, I'm going to love myself and put time and effort back to me. Yes. Because that's what your person would want you to do. Your person wouldn't want you to just be only caring about them. They want you to care about yourself too. Because they want to be with someone that's attractive and successful and happy. They don't want to be with someone that's unsuccessful, not happy, doesn't have their own life. No one wants to be with that, right? So it's like be someone that someone wants to be with. Exactly. Pretend that true love is already there. because technically it is there. It is there inside of you. And God loves you. So it's like you do have true love around you. You're just trying to personify it. You're just trying to bring it down to earth. That's the difference. So it's like do the earthly actions, earthly motions that bring the person forward. You are very, very welcome. Alrighty, Clinda, if you are here, let me know. I changed the subscriber requirement. So if you were here, let me know. Okay, welcome. Thank you for being here. You can post your question in the chat. You're welcome. Alrighty, so for Clinda, she asked, what is Peter's feelings and intentions towards me? So most important messages for Clinda, please. How is Peter feeling about her? What are Peter's intentions towards her? All right, so his overall energy towards you, we have the Eight of Pentacles. Okay, very interesting. I feel like he feels like you're a solid choice, right? You're a solid choice. There's something about you that makes him feel like you're a good person to partner with. You're someone who he feels has a good head on their shoulders. You know what you're doing, or you have, some type of vision, or you have some type of direction. And he feels like in a way, like, it's like he has to maybe prove himself to you, or he needs to make you an offer you can't refuse. Like, he feels like your focus is on something, right? Whatever that is in your life, you're focused on something and you're going in this direction. And if he wants to be a part of your life, it's like he feels like he needs to, you know, be on that page with you, or he needs to, like, you know, be supportive of that or something along those lines. Like that's what he's feeling. Like her attention is on this. Ah, you're in school. Right. So he feels like, okay, she's focused on this. And if I want to be a part of her life, I need to be like on board with that. I need to be supportive of that. I need to um, be helping her with that. I need to become just as important as her education. I need to be on that level. Otherwise, she's just going to focus on her education, right? So he feels like he's kind of competing for your time, your energy with school. So I do feel like he is offering you love, but he's also feeling like, I don't know if I'm enough that she's going to make space or time for me because I think she may be very focused on where she's going. Okay. All right. His feelings towards you, Ace of Cups. Yes, there's feelings here. Yes, there are feelings here. I don't doubt the feelings. I see that in the first card. I do see the feelings. But I feel like bigger than the feelings is, does this actually work? Or does she want this? Or is she open for this? Does she have, you know, does she have time for this? Like he's kind of like not sure if you like really, really want this. He's not sure. So the question here is not whether you like him too or he likes you. The question more is like, does this actually work? You know, do you actually have like the real time to devote to this? That's like more of the question. You said I'm focused on marriage or a long-term partner. I still told him I was absent until the right person comes along. Yeah, exactly. It's like you're not the type of girl that's like, oh, because a guy is in my life, I drop everything and he becomes number one. And I kind of like already act like I'm with him, even if I'm not with him. You're sort of like the opposite of that. You're like, no, this is what I want. This is where I'm going. And unless you act a particular way, I'm not going to give you all of my love and my attention. If you act the right way, if you're what I want, then yeah, I will give you more time. I will give you more attention. I will open more of myself to you, but I have to see that you're gonna act the right way. So that's the thing. It's like most girls really are the opposite. Most girls, when a guy comes in their life, he becomes their main focus, the center of their attention. He doesn't feel that with you. He doesn't feel like you're making him the focus and the center of your attention. So he's like, does she really like me? And you're like, yeah, I like you, but you're not the center of my world, right? So that's the confusion for him. You have standards, and you're not like just gonna like blow your standards just because maybe you like a person, right? You're saying, this is what I want and this is how I'm conducting myself, so you need to act appropriately. Yeah, we have Ace of Pentacles in his intention. So he intends to, stick around. He intends to continue to see where things are going. I don't see him making any big moves, but I see him continuing to be there, right? I see him continuing to be there, maybe at least showing you, hey, I'm consistent, right? I want to be here. So I do see him sticking around, being around, kind of hovering around, or being within your orbit, being within your reach. But I also don't see him making any like crazy moves forward, because really he feels like he's kind of following your lead. He feels like he's sort of having to wait for his opening, let's say, so to speak, right? Or he's kind of having to wait for his chance to get in. Right now, it's kind of like you're like this exclusive club. You're this exclusive thing that he can't really have it. He wants it, but he can't really have it. So he's like, let me just stick around until maybe there's going to be an opening. So that's kind of the way that he feels about you. You said, yeah, no, I control my life like I do him. Yeah. But I also have standards and boundaries. Exactly. So he feels, that he has to adhere to your standards and boundaries more than you probably feel that you need to impress him. So that's like stronger. So you're more in a position of power and control. So he's just going to stick around until to see if he can get in, if he can get, entrance to you. That's sort of his plan right now, but he doesn't have any, plans to make any grand gestures or anything like that at this particular moment in time. So he definitely likes you for sure. I would say he definitely likes you, but he does feel like you're very like exclusive or you're very hard to get, but that doesn't scare him away. Um he thinks it's like warranted, like the uh you're demanding it because you can, right? You have value, so you're demanding your worth be respected because you know your value. And he's like, yeah, totally. She could do whatever she wants. She wants to have those boundaries, she can have them. So he respects that. He likes it, and he's just going to wait to see if he can get in. Okay? So hopefully that is helpful for you. Yes, I love that. You said, I don't play at all. He's the man, and I feel a man should be a man and a woman, and I stand in one place. Exactly. Exactly. So, yeah, just keep doing what you're doing. There's nothing different that you need to be doing. You're welcome.